Check 1 2. Check.
Whatever might happen next. If Natalie gets an unexpected migraine, if the little man gets a boo-boo, or Hunter's bad back acts up, St. Bernard's Urgent Care is here for them, and here for you too. From real-time online wait times and extended hours to expanded services, we will never stop advancing urgent care that really cares. St. Bernard's Urgent Care.
Welcome into Blazer Baseball on the Valley View Blazer News Network. Apologize for the technical difficulties here early on as Gartman makes a play at the plate, and he is safe. So Blazers get on the board here early, 1-0. Drop, third strike, allows Gartman to cross home plate for the first run of the ball game. That's going to bring up number 33, Blazer first baseman Levi Martin. Levi's been out for a few weeks due to a back injury, but expected to have him back full-time here at the plate batting-wise, and he should be ready for the state tournament to pitch. No one on for Levi, 2 outs. In the bottom of the first. That pitch to Martin Lowe below the zone. Makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. That pitch in there for ball 3. 3-0 the count now to the Blazer junior first baseman as he steps back into the right-hander's batter's box. Martin watches that one for strike 1. Reed trying to work himself back into the count. The 3-1 pitch from Carson Reed. And so that caught the outside part of the plate for strike 2. So now full count. Reed's thrown a decent amount of pitches so far in this bottom of the first. That's outside for ball 4. So Levi Martin will get the free pass over to first base, and that's going to bring up Noah Ragsdale, the Blazers' second baseman this afternoon. Ragsdale, the junior, steps up to the plate with Martin over there on first. And he shows bunt. They're going to say ball one. Ragsdale shows bunt again. Martin getting back over to first base, and plenty of times he's safe as a catcher. Tries to catch Martin sleeping. He had a little bit of a lead there from that bunt attempt by Ragsdale, but 2-0 the count now to Noah. Inside on Ragsdale, swung out. Right center field. Center fielder makes the catch. So after one inning, your score, Valley View 1, Paragould 0. We'll be back with the second inning of work right after this on the Blazer News Network. Welcome back to Blazer Baseball here in the top of the second as Jade Taylor heads on to the mound for his second inning of work. First pitch, ball one. Told you I'd get you those starting lineups. And go ahead and give those to you right now. Strike two to Avery Deering, but Rams order is going to go like this. Carson Reed batting first, Parker Thompson second, Oliver Earnhardt third. Avery Deering is at the plate now batting cleanup, then Wyatt Eccles, Lucas Hancock, Jacob Huffman, Khalil Simmons, Foster Wynn, and Trevin Wallace. That's today's DH. That pitch, ball one, makes count 1-2. For your Blazers, it's going to go Gartman, Mathis, Taylor, Levi Martin, Noah Ragsdale, Parker King, Beck Black, Madden Tatum, and Cannon Driscoll. That's swung on by Deering into foul play. Stays alive with the 1-2 count. Nobody out here in the top of the second for the Paragould Rams. Your Blazers come into this one all alone at the top of the 5A East. So they look forward to the state tournament in just over 2 weeks away from now. Called strike three, and he's out. Jade Taylor gets a strikeout here to start things off in the second. Now Wyatt Eccles step up to the plate. Blazers lead 1-0. That's swung on by Eccles. Ragsdale comes over. Easy toss to Martin. So 2 down now for the Blazers in the top of the second. It's going to bring up the left-hander DHing today is going to be Lucas Hancock. Swing and a miss there from Hancock. Makes count no balls and 1 strike. No 1 pitch from Taylor. Gets the swing and a miss for strike 2. Strike three, and he's out. So Jay Taylor pitches a scoreless and hitless frame here in the top of the second as your Blazers lead 1-0 on the Blazer News Network. And we'll be back for the bottom of the second right after this.
Hey Blazers, are you ready to take charge of your money? The experts at Evolve Bank and Trust are ready to help. Located in downtown Jonesboro, the Evolve team can help you open an eUniversity checking account designed for students like you. These accounts have no minimum daily balance and no service fees. Can't get to our downtown location? Check out our 24/7 ATM and virtual teller on Main Street. To learn more about all our products, go to getevolved.com. Evolve Bank and Trust, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Welcome back to Blazer News Network here in the bottom of the second inning. Start things off here for the Blazers. Going to be right-hander Parker King. Due up in the bottom of the second, it's going to be Parker King, Beck Black. Today's designated hitter, and then right fielder Madden Tatum. Reed's on the mound here in the second for Paragould, and that gets through to the outfield just past the diving attempt of the second baseman. So Parker King gets himself a single on the first pitch of the second inning. It's going to bring up junior Beck Black. Beck has really emerged as a role player here this year, not getting much playing time to start the season, but they've decided that he can be a valuable bat to DH for anyone in the lineup on any day. King takes off. Strike one. No throw to second. Parker King is one of the best speeds on the team. When he is not playing in the field or batting, he normally comes into courtesy run for Blazer catcher Keaton Mathis, but today he's getting the start out in center field. Beck now with the 0-1 count. Chance with the runner in scoring position as he watches that ball just below the zone for ball one. Blazers dealing with a couple injuries. Cohen Zaffarano coming off an ankle sprain. Levi Martin and Will Finley both dealing with some back issues, but we expect to have all of them back before the state tournament begins. Called strike two to Beck Black. Makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pickoff attempt back to second base as King gets back in there safely. Madden Tatum on deck for the Blazers. One-two pitch to Beck Black inside for ball two. Beck now has an even count with the runner in scoring position. Reed's about ready for the 2-2 pitch. Takes a look back to second base, and just above the zone, makes count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count pitch to Beck Black. Pick off back to second base, and Parker King's back in there safely, standing up. That pitch to Beck Black. Swung on and foul back behind home plate into the netting. King still stands out there on second for Valley View. King takes off, swung on by Beck Black. High fly ball, and that's going to be out of play. Beck stays alive in the count. Reed steps back on top of the rubber. About ready to throw the seventh pitch of the at-bats. Reed steps off once again, but no throw. Really worried about Parker King behind him at second, as he did take off for third. Last pitch. Called strike 3 to Beck Black, as that just catches the upper corner of the zone. So, first out for the Rams here in the bottom of the second. Now Madden Tatum comes to the plate with a runner in scoring position, RBI opportunity. We've seen Tatum hit a couple of balls over the fence this year. Tatum, the 6'4" Jack State commit, pitched last Saturday versus Brooklyn in the 8-3 win in the crosstown rivalry. Swung on by Tatum, high fly ball down the third base side, out of play behind the Blazer dugout. Tatum steps back into the batter's box for a 0-1 count. 1 out with the runner on second. That pitch to Tatum high above the zone for ball 1. Makes count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on by Tatum. Gets down in the outfield. King's going to round third. Throw down to the plate. He's going to be safe, and Tatum will advance to second base. So a good piece of hitting there, an RBI by Madden Tatum to drive in Parker King for the Blazers' second run of the game. Looks like Tatum broke his bat there. It's going to bring up Blazer third baseman junior Cannon Driscoll with another RBI opportunity for the Blazers. Tatum with a decent lead over there at second base. They're going to say balk, so Tatum will now advance to third base, 1 base away. That pitch to Driscoll in there for a called strike 1. Driscoll shows bunt. It's going to be foul for strike 2. That pitch to Driscoll swung on and fouled back. Straight into the netting behind home plate. Makes count 0-2. That's high. His catcher has to get up out of his stance to corral that one. Makes count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nice job by the catcher once again, keeping that one in front of him. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on by Driscoll. Out of play, foul ball. Tatum stands at third base. Two and 2 count to Cannon Driscoll. He had to get out of the way of that one. Makes count full once again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Driscoll draws the walk, so great quality at bat by Cannon Driscoll. And the Blazers now have runners at the corners with 1 out, and that's going to bring up Drew Gartman back to the top of the order. Gartman now with 2 runners on base at the corners and 1 away here in the bottom of the second. Pickoff attempt to first base. They've got Driscoll in a pickle. Tatum goes home, and he's safe. Great slide there by Madden Tatum to get around the tag. And so Driscoll advances to second, and the Blazers score. So Gartman now, the runner on second. 1 away. Blazers lead the Rams 3-0. Gartman shows bunt and fouls that one out behind. Oh, 1 the count to Gartman. Runner acts like he's going to take off over there at second, but he stays put. Evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Carson Reed has thrown a lot of pitches for the Rams here in the first 1 1/3 innings of work. Driscoll takes off, throw to third. Not in time as Driscoll steals a base, so the Blazers doing a great job on the bases. Heads up base running here so far this afternoon. So that was a called strike to Gartman, makes the count 1 and 2, but another run just 60 feet away for the View. Swung on by Gartman to the second baseman. He throws it over to first base. They're going to say that was in time, but good job by Gartman to get the RBI ground out, allowing Driscoll to score the Blazers' 4th run of the afternoon. So 2 outs now in the bottom of the second as Valley View leads Paragould 4-0. It's going to bring up number 16, Blazer catcher Keaton Mathis. That pitch in there for called strike 1 makes the count no balls and 1 strike. Swing and a miss there by Mathis as that one gets away from the catcher, so he finds himself behind in the count. I believe it was 0-2, but the scoreboard says 1-1. Swung on by Mathis up the middle. Second baseman cannot corral it and make a throw in time, so Mathis reaches first with the infield single. It's going to bring up Jade Taylor, today's starting pitcher. It's been a little bit since he's been on the mound. Bottom of the second. It's taken a while, but the Blazers have put up 3 runs in this frame. I'd like to remind you to tune in to Blazer Soccer also here on the Blazer News Network, as that's swung on by Taylor, fouled out of play for strike 1. Mathis on first. 2 outs in the inning. Mathis takes off, throw to second, off target. My apologies, it looks like it's Noah Scatero out there, courtesy running for Keaton Mathis. Swung on by Taylor, that's going to be in the gap, diving play, and the right fielder can't come up with it. Scatero will score easily, and Jay Taylor's at second with a stand-up double. So the Bats coming alive here in Game 1 of this 5A East doubleheader for the View as they lead the Rams 5-0 now in the bottom of the second. It's going to bring up cleanup hitter Levi Martin. Looks like we're going to have another courtesy runner for pitcher Jade Taylor. I believe that is Trayson Becker. Martin watches that one for called strike one. Two outs, one on. Swung on by Martin up the middle. That's going to get down. Should score Becker. And it does. So Levi Martin gets the RBI single, and I apologize. That is not Becker. Let me see if I have number 31 on the roster. And I do not, but Martin gets to first. Blazers score a run, now lead Paragould 6-0 as that brings up Noah Ragsdale. That was Brody Freeman who scored the last run for the Blazers. Ragsdale shows bunt, and he gets a called strike one, makes the count 0-1. Carson Reed on the mound for Paragould has already thrown 58 pitches so far here in the bottom of the second. Pickoff attempt back towards Martin. He's back in safely. Pitch to Rags. Fouled off straight back into the netting behind home plate. Finds himself behind in the count now. 0-2. Reed steps off. Calls time. Ragsdale takes a swing and a miss at that one. Throw over to first base in time, so the drop third strike. They do get Ragsdale out via the strikeout. But the Blazers score 5 in the bottom of the second and lead the Paragould Rams 6-0. We'll be back for the third inning right after this on the Blazer News Network.
Whatever might happen next. If Natalie gets an unexpected migraine, if the little man gets a boo-boo, or Hunter's bad back acts up, St. Bernard's Urgent Care is here for them, and here for you too. From real-time online wait times and extended hours to expanded services, we will never stop advancing urgent care that really cares. St. Bernard's Urgent Care.
First pitch to Jacob Huffman. It's fouled off, but now Ragsdale. Chance to make a great play. Great pick there by Martin. Even better play out there in middle infield by Ragsdale to get the first out of the third. It's going to bring up Khalil Simmons, the Rams right-hander. So that first pitch gets away from Mathis. Ball one, makes count 1-0. Swung on by Simmons, fouled off his leg. Makes the count even at 1-1. Mathis gets back behind the plate, about ready for the 1-1 count. 1 out pitch from Jade Taylor. Swung on right at Taylor off of the top of his glove. Almost made a play on that one, but Rams get their first hit of the evening. Simmons stands over there at first base. Now it's going to bring up number 2, and that is Foster Wynn. Khalil with a little bit of a lead as Taylor decides to pick off to first base as Simmons in there safely. Plenty of time. First pitch of that bat to Win. Swung on right to Ragsdale. Flips it to Gartman over to first. That gets away from Martin. Almost a spectacular double play there by the View, but throw just out of the range for Levi Martin. But great job to flip that one out of the glove by Ragsdale and get that one to Gartman. And Gartman just fired it a little too high, but the Blazers do get the lead runner out. So 2 outs now with the runner on first. It's going to bring up Trevin Wallace, today's designated hitter for the Rams. Batter calls time. Wynn standing over there at first base. Pick off to first base. Martin having to hustle after that one, but Wynn stays put, luckily, for the Blazers. Two outs, runner on first for the Rams in the top of the third. Swung on up the middle. That's going to get just past the glove of Ragsdale. Wynn will stay put at second, and Wallace gets on with the singles. So some traffic on the bases here in the top of the third for the Rams. Still 2 outs, though, as that brings up today's pitcher, I believe. Correction, is not the pitcher. That is Parker Thompson. And that was Carson Reed who got that last hit. My apologies. It's Parker Thompson today, shortstop. Steps up to the plate. Is that pitch low below the zone? Makes the count 1 ball, no strikes. That pitch swung on deep left field, back at the wall, and that gets down off the fence. 1 scores, 2 scores with no throw to home. So a big time RBI double by Paragould shortstop as they get 2 on the board. Now runner on second, 2 outs. It's going to bring up number 5, Oliver Earnhardt. Great piece of hitting there by Thompson. Jammed Earnhardt there as he grounds that one down the third baseline foul. Good eye by Earnhardt to watch that one go by for a called ball. Makes the count 1-1. Inside part of the zone for called strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Oliver Earnhardt. Breaking ball gets a swing from Earnhardt, but he fouls that one back straight into the netting behind the home plate. Foul tip there by Earnhardt, and that got a piece of Mathis. He's a little shaken up there behind the plate. Umpire's going to give him a little bit of time to walk that one off. Looks like he appears to be okay. That pitch just outside the zone evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That pitch from Taylor just below the strike zone makes count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pick off back to second base as Thompson gets back just in time. Blazers lead 6-2 here in the top of the third. Swung on right at the shortstop, Gartman. Gartman fires it across to Martin as he makes the pick, and the Blazers get out of the inning, but not after a 2-run RBI double by the Rams as they get on the scoreboard, but Valley View leads by 4, 6-2. We'll be back for the bottom of the third right after this on the Blazer News Network. Welcome back to the bottom of the third here on Blazer News Network. Your Blazers lead the Rams 6-2. Parker King now at the plate. He shows bunt. We're going to say foul tip for strike one. That pitch high above the zone makes the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. King watches that one go by him for called strike 2. One-two pitch to Parker King. Gets the check swing. They're going to say he did go around, so Carson Reed gets the strikeout. It's going to bring up number 6, Beck Black. Black struck out in his first plate appearance this evening. Called strike 1 to Beck Black. Makes the count 0-1. I'm going to give a shout out to Slade Caldwell, who's now in single A ball for the Visalia Rawhide, having a great year so far. So Blazer Nation is cheering for you, Slade. Beck Black gets a barrel under that one. Shallow right center field, and the left fielder makes the diving catch. Great play out there in left field by the Rams to retire Beck Black. It's going to bring up number 27, Madden Tatum. As Tatum broke his metal bat his last plate appearance, so find him a different one in the dugout. All good and all ready to go here for his second plate appearance of the evening. That's in there for ball 1. Makes count 1-0 to Mad Tat. Swung on by Tatum. Shallow left field. It's going to be close. He make that catch? He did not. Great effort once again by the Rams left fielder, but not able to come up with that one in foul territory. So now the count's 1-1 to Madden Tatum. Tatum swings at that one and fouls that one high above the third base side, out of play. Makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Swung on by Tatum down the first base side. That gets past the first baseman. Tatum takes a turn, headed to second base. Going to be close. They're going to say he's out. So a great throw on the money from the right fielder to get Tatum out there at second base. And Paragould gets out of the bottom of the third with the scoreless frame. Your Blazers still lead 6-2. We'll be back for the 4th inning of work here on the Blazer News Network.
Welcome to the new Right Fiber store on Southwest Drive in Jonesboro. It's the newest way to connect with Jonesboro's official broadband partner for the fastest, most reliable gig speed internet with speeds up to 5 gig. Signing up for local Right Fiber internet has never been easier or more convenient. At Right Fiber, we're proud to be right by you and with our new location right here in Jonesboro. Discover the Right Fiber advantages and the speed that is right for you and your family. See you soon.
Welcome back to Blazer Baseball here in the top of the fourth. Blazers lead the Rams 6-2. Avery Druring now at the plate, fouls that one back behind him for strike one. As that pitch, breaking ball, gets in there for a called strike two, makes count no balls and 2 strikes. Swing and miss there from Druring. They're going to say Mathis hold on to that one, so no need to throw it to first base, but Jay Taylor gets his first strikeout here in the 4th inning. It's going to bring up Wyatt Eccles for the Rams. Right-hander steps into the batter's box. Swing and miss there from Eccles. Taylor in one of the best rhythms so far that he's had out there so far today on the mound. Swing and a miss again from Eccles. So Taylor dealing here lately, makes count no balls and 2 strikes. Oh, 2 pitch, breaking ball high above the zone, makes count 1 and 2. That pitch from Taylor just inside. Now at even count with 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swing and miss there from Eccles as Jade Taylor gets his 2nd strikeout in a row here in the top of the 4th, and that's going to bring up number 4. That is Lucas Hancock, today's designated hitter. So 2 down here in the top of the 4th for Taylor and the Blazers. First pitch, strike 1. A 1 pitch, gets a wave, and they're going to say you went around, so strike 2. We'll see if Jay Taylor can strike out the side here in the top of the 4th. Swing and a miss as Jade Taylor strikes out the side for the Blazers. They hold the Rams scoreless and hitless in the top of the 4th. We'll be right back with some action in the bottom of the 4th. Your Blazers lead the Rams 6-2 on the Blazer News Network.
Hey Blazers, are you ready to take charge of your money? The experts at Evolve Bank and Trust are ready to help. Located in downtown Jonesboro, the Evolve team can help you open an eUniversity checking account designed for students like you. These accounts have no minimum daily balance and no service fees. Can't get to our downtown location? Check out our 24/7 ATM and virtual teller on Main Street. To learn more about all our products, go to getevolved.com. Evolve Bank and Trust, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Welcome back to the bottom of the fourth here on Blazer News Network. Your Blazers lead the Rams by 4. Carson Reed still on the mound. To start things off here in the fourth inning, that's going to bring up Cannon Driscoll, today's third baseman. He shows bunt and fouls that one behind the plate. It makes the count 0-1 to Driscoll, the Blazers' right-hander. Swung on by Driscoll down the left field line, just foul out of play. Makes the count 0-2. As that pitch high and outside of the strike zone makes the count 1-2 Cannon Driscoll. Swung on by Driscoll, jammed right at the third baseman. He fires across the diamond in there for plenty of time as Driscoll grounds out to Paragould for first out in the bottom of the fourth. But now back to the top of the order for the Blazers as Drew Gartman, the right-hander, Arkansas State commit, steps into the right-hander's batter's box. First pitch to Gartman gets a swing and a miss for strike one. That pitch to Gartman in there for strike two. So now 0-2 count to the Blazer shortstop. That pitch swung on by Gartman right at Thompson. The Paragould shortstop over to first base. As first baseman's not quite able to make the pick, so Gartman advances to first. I guess you could call that an infield error or infield single, however you want to score it. But that's going to bring up number 16 catcher Keaton Mathis. It's high above the strike zone for ball one. Swung on by Mathis. That's going to get through the gap between the shortstop and third baseman, but Gartman will stay put at second. So now 2 runners on here in the bottom of the fourth with Jade Taylor coming up to the plate as Jade got a barrel on it last time he was at the plate for the Blazers. That's going to bring in a courtesy runner for Mathis, and let's see. I believe that is number 13, Trayson Becker. So he'll be at first with Gartman at second. Taylor watches that one for a called ball one, makes count 1-0. Swung on by Taylor. Kind of in no man's land as they're going to try to throw it to first. And they're going to say it was in time. But Taylor does his job and advances the runners to second and third. It's going to bring up Levi Martin with the 2-out RBI opportunity. So Martin watches that one. Outside and low, below the zone. Makes count 1-0. Reed's already at 81 pitches on the afternoon, and we're not even through the fourth inning. So good job by the Blazers getting those quality at-bats. Softball comes onto the field. Also a doubleheader between Valley View and Paragould going on just next door at the Blazer softball field. Runner on second and third for Martin. That's in there for called strike one. Evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. That pitch near the legs of Martin as he had to get out of the way of that one. Makes count 2 balls and 1 strike. Breaking ball there. They're going to say he went around. Strike 2 evens up the count at 2-2. Foul back behind the home plate there by Levi Martin, staying alive in the 2-2 count. Two and two pitch to Martin. He got a barrel on that one, but that's going to be foul down the right field side. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on for the Blazers. So Martin watches that one. Great discipline there by him to take the ball for ball 3. Makes the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on by Martin up the middle. That gets through. Gartman scores. Becker will score. Great piece of hitting there as Martin takes that one right up the middle to score 2 for the View. It's going to bring up Noah Ragsdale, the Blazers' second baseman. We've seen him make a couple of great plays out there in the infield. Martin on first. Decent lead. He takes off. Ragsdale shows bunt. That's going to be a ball, and Martin now into scoring position there with the stolen base. Bunt by Ragsdale. Great bunt to the third baseman. He's not even going to have a throw to first. So now runners at the corners for Valley View. Great job by Martin and Ragsdale. Situational hitting and bunting with 2 outs as Blazers lead 8-2. Parker King steps up to the plate. Another RBI opportunity. Carson Reed around the 90 pitch mark here this evening. As King watches that one for ball 1. Outside of the zone. Pickoff attempt back to first base, but Ragsdale back in plenty of time. Pickoff back to first. Martin stays put. Ragsdale back safely. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ragsdale take off whenever Reed throws his next pitch and try to pull off the double steal if they throw it across to second base. He stays put as King just missed that one, fouls that one straight back behind home plate, evens up the count at 1-1. Ragsdale takes off. King watches that one. Strike 2. Pick off back to third. Mathis safe. And no throw to try to get out Ragsdale. So now 2 runners in scoring position for the View, but 2 strikes as well with 2 outs to Parker King. High above the zone makes the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's outside for ball 3, so now we have a full count with 2 runners in scoring position. So full count to Parker King. Runners will be going with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th as King steps in for the full count pitch from Carson Reed. High above the zone. Great plate discipline there by Parker King to take the walk, so now the bases are juiced and loaded. It's going to bring up Beck Black for his third plate appearance of the game. And that might be it for Carson Reed on the day, as the head coach of the Rams walks out towards the mound. We'll see what he decides to do here. Let's see if we can see how many pitches Reed has thrown. He has thrown 96 pitches after that walk to Parker King, and that's pretty high for a high school kid. So we'll see who they decide to put into the game to face Beck Black, who's currently 0 for 2 on the evening. King at first, Ragsdale at second, and Levi Martin at third. Looks like they're going to decide to keep him in. I guess he had a word with his coach and said, I'm okay, I can go a little bit longer. So Beck Black will head back up to the dish. Great opportunity for the junior with bases loaded and 2 outs. Swung on by Beck right at the shortstop over to second. So Black grounds out with the bases loaded, but not before the Blazers score 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th. Your Blazers lead the Rams 8-2. We'll be back with the 5th inning of today's 5A East doubleheader here on the Blazer News Network.
Welcome to the new Right Fiber store on Southwest Drive in Jonesboro. It's the newest way to connect with Jonesboro's official broadband partner for the fastest, most reliable gig speed internet with speeds up to 5 gig. Signing up for local Right Fiber internet has never been easier or more convenient. At Right Fiber, we're proud to be right by you, and with our new location right here in Jonesboro. Discover the Right Fiber advantages and the speed that is right for you and your family. See you soon.
Welcome back to Blazer News Network here in the top of the 5th inning. Jade Taylor still on the mound. First pitch, ground out as he continues on the pace that he was at back in the 4th, striking out the side. First pitch, ground out there to shortstop. It's going to bring up Khalil Simmons. Swing and a miss there on the first pitch by Simmons. Makes the count 0-1. That pitch gets a swing and a miss, so Simmons behind in the count early with no balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss there from Jade Taylor, his 4th strikeout. Less than 2 innings. So that's going to bring up number 2, Foster Wynn. Taylor really tried to throw the heater there. That one gets away from Mathis, makes the count 1 ball and no strikes. Check swing there from Wynn. He's able to stay back, makes count 2 balls and no strikes. That pitch outside once again. 3 straight balls from Taylor, makes count 3-0. .30 pitch, ball 4. So Wynn advances to first base. That's going to bring up Carson Reed for the Rams. 1 on, 2 outs for the Rams pitcher. Swung on by Reed, fouled back out of play, makes count no balls and 1 strike. They're going to say Wynn got back just in time over there to first base. Back to first once again. Wynn is safe. Just like last time. That pitch from Taylor just below the zone. Makes the count 1-1. Swung on by Wynn. Rocket to Gartman over to second for 1. And that's all they need. So the Blazers get out of the inning as Taylor stays on his A game. Blazers get out scoreless in the top of the 5th. Blazers still lead by 6, 8-2. We'll be back with the bottom of the 5th right after this on the Blazer News Network.
Whatever might happen next. If Natalie gets an unexpected migraine, if the little man gets a boo-boo, or Hunter's bad back acts up, St. Bernard's Urgent Care is here for them, and here for you too. From real-time online wait times and extended hours to expanded services, we will never stop advancing urgent care that really cares. St. Bernard's Urgent Care.
Welcome back to the bottom of the fifth here on Blazer News Network as Matt and Tatum do up now. For the View, they lead the Rams 8-2 here in the bottom of the fifth. Called strike one to Tatum. New pitcher for the Rams as Tatum fouls that one off. That new pitcher is Foster Wynn. Wynn breaking ball gets the swing and a miss. So lefty gets Tatum out via the strikeout. And that's going to bring up Cannon Driscoll, today's third baseman. That breaking ball high and inside to Driscoll makes the count 1 ball and no strikes. That one high and inside once again makes the count 2 balls and no strikes from Foster Wynn to Cannon Driscoll. That one high above the zone, so 3 quick balls to Driscoll. That one finally in there for called strike one, makes count 3-1. Ball 4, so a quick walk to Driscoll as he'll take the free pass to first base. Back to the top of the order as Drew Gartman comes to the plate. Pick off back to Driscoll at first, and he's back in plenty of time. So that pitch in there for ball 2, makes count 2-0. That one inside for ball 3, 3-0. That pitch to Gartman in there for strike 1, makes count 3 balls and 1 strike. Now I thought that was ball 4, but they're going to say ball 3. So 3-1 the count now to Gartman. That's low. So now runners on first and second with 1 out for Valley View, and that brings up number 16, Keaton Mathis, with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. So catcher's going to call times to go out there and talk things over with new pitcher Foster Wynn on the mound. Gartman with a decent lead over there at first. Driscoll with no lead so far on second. As Wynn readjusting his play sheet. That breaking ball high and inside once again. So Keaton Mathis makes count 1-0. We've seen Wynn struggle here early on with that breaking ball to the right-handers. Wynn acted like he was going to pick off back to second, but no throw, just steps off the mound. That breaking ball almost gets away from the catcher, but good job by him sliding over to keep that one in front of him. Makes count 2 balls and no strikes. Looks like Wynn is a heavy breaking ball pitcher, but he's struggling right now to locate those inside of the zone. Runners take off, swung on by Mathis. Out over the center fielder's head. That's carrying. That's going to get down near the wall. So they're going to hold Gartman at third, but Driscoll does score. So nice piece of hitting, an RBI double there by Keaton Mathis. So now runners at second and third for the View. Brings up today's starting pitcher, Jade Taylor. One away, 2 runners in scoring position. Hanging breaking ball high above the zone for ball 1. Busy day here at Valley View High School. You got softball, doubleheader versus Paragould, and boys and girls soccer. And a doubleheader here for baseball as that pitch is in there for called strike 1. Makes count 1-1. That pitch low and outside. Jade Taylor now at the hitter's count at 2 balls and 1 strike. Called strike 2 makes count 1 ball and 2 strikes. That pitch outside the zone makes count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Taylor gets a barrel on that one. That's fouled out in the foul territory over there by the pack porch. Great evening for baseball for those guys to grill out and enjoy the game from over there in left field. Swing and a miss there by Taylor as he went after that one outside of the zone. Second out of the bottom of the 5th. It's going to bring up cleanup hitter, first baseman Levi Martin. Levi gets a barrel on that one down the right field side, tailing just foul. Breaking ball to Martin high above the zone. Makes count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on by Martin. Shallow center field. Shortstop calls off Khalil, third baseman. He gets the out, so Wynn gets himself out of the jam. Holds the Blazers to only 1 run. Your Blazers lead 9-2, though, headed in to the 6th inning of work here on the Blazer News Network. Welcome back to the top of the sixth. Cohen Zaffarano steps on to the mound for the Blazers. That breaking ball in there for a called strike one. His first pitch back looks good. Cohen dealt with the ankle sprain for a couple of weeks, but glad to have him back. A very good reliever this far this year for the Blazers. In there for strike two as he's feeling his breaking ball early in this at bat. It's swung on by number 12, and that is Parker Thompson. Fouled down the third base line. And Driscoll couldn't track that one down, so Thompson stays alive in the 0-2 count. That pitch to Thompson, high fly ball. Ragsdale calls him off. He comes over to the first base side and makes the catch. So fly out for the first out here in the top of the sixth. Breaking ball in there once again is Zaffarano locating that breaking ball very well here early in the sixth. It's Avery Dreering at the plate now for the Rams. Swung on, got a barrel on that one. That might be down, but no. Great read out there by Madden Tatum to get on his horse and make the catch. That brings up number 8, Wyatt Eccles. Correction, that's number 6, Avery Dreering. That was Oliver Earnhardt. That was just at bat. My apologies. So Earnhardt flew out to right. Now this is Avery Dreering. Called strike one, makes count 0-1. Sorry about that. 2-1 the count now to Dreering. Two outs in the top of the sixth. That's above the zone. Makes the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Swung on by Dreering, fouled out of play. Swung on once again, fouled out of play in the same spot as the last two. Zaffarano gets the strikeout, so the Blazers get out of the inning, scoreless and hitless. We head to the bottom of the sixth. Your Blazers lead the Rams 9-2 on the Blazer News Network.
Welcome to the new Right Fiber store on Southwest Drive in Jonesboro. It's the newest way to connect with Jonesboro's official broadband partner for the fastest, most reliable gig speed internet with speeds up to 5 gig. Signing up for local Right Fiber internet has never been easier or more convenient. At Right Fiber, we're proud to be right by you and with our new location right here in Jonesboro. Discover the Right Fiber advantages and the speed that is right for you and your family. See you soon.
Welcome back to Blazer News Network here in the bottom of the sixth, where your Blazers have a 9-2 lead over the Rams. Ragsdale at the plate, takes the first pitch for ball one. Second pitch in there evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on by Ragsdale, back deep left field at the wall, and that ball is out of here. Noah Ragsdale with the solo shot to give the Blazers the 10-2 lead here in the bottom of the sixth, and he got a hold of that one and sent that one almost into the ditch behind the left center field. So big fly there for Noah Ragsdale, extends the Blazers' lead to 8. Brings up Parker King, today's center fielder, while Jay Taylor is on the mound. King watches that one, breaking ball down in the dirt for ball one. Makes count 1-0. Parker watches that one go by for strike one. Evens up the count at 1-1. That pitch just off of the corner makes makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Outside once again, makes the count 3-1. Ball 4 as King takes the free pass over there to first base, and that brings up Beck Black, today's designated hitter. King at first. Beck Black at the plate, watches that one go by for ball 1. Wouldn't be surprised to see Parker take off any time here during this at-bat. He's stolen a couple bases today already. There he goes. They have him in a pickle, and they can't even catch him. No throw to second at all as King gets to second base. He heads for third. That's inside the black. Throw not in time. King's at third base. He advances first to third. And plenty of time stealing both bases. King showing off his speed like we talked about earlier in the broadcast. And now runner on third, no outs for Beck Black. Count even at 1-1. Swung on dribbler down the first base line. So he throws it to first. And Beck was safe, and King gets home. So kind of a miscue there by Foster Wynn on the mound. Didn't know to throw it, and when he threw it, it was too late. Then King just snuck on across home plate. So now the Blazers 1 run away from ending this thing early due to the 10 after 5 run rule. Brings up Madden Tatum, also a junior, who has tons of power, just like his buddy Noah Ragsdale. That's high and inside to Tatum, so he had to get out of the way of that one. Makes the count 1 ball and no strikes. Swung on by Tatum. He just missed that one. Foul back behind home plate. Pick off first base. Gets away from him. Beck Black takes off to second. He's going to head to third. Throw over to Khalil. Not in time. Beck Black shows off his wheels and gets to first to third off an error throw pickoff attempt. So now the run rule run is at third base, 60 feet away. One pitch to Tatum. Swung on, roped down through the gap, and Paragould just not even in a hurry to get after that one. And that's going to do it. As you could say, Tatum gets the walk-off for the run rule 10 after 5, and Blazers finish it in 6 in Game 1 of the 5A East doubleheader. Your Blazers win this one 12-2. Some great base running, some great offense. The bats came alive, and some great pitching by Jade Taylor and Cohen Zaffarano. I'm going to get you your stats real quick. From today's contest, Blazers had 12 hits as a team, 10 RBIs, held the Rams to only 3 hits and 2 RBIs. Your Blazers win this one with a score of 12-2. We'll be back with Game 2 of the 5A East doubleheader right after this break. You're watching the Blazer News Network. Welcome back to Blazer News Network here for Game 2 of the 5A East doubleheader. Your Blazers took Game 1 12-2 just a few minutes ago. Now Drew Gartman steps up to the plate. That first pitch inside the zone for ball one. See if I can get you your lineups for Game 2. That pitch to Gartman in there low. Ball two once again. Deering on the mound to start things off here in Game 2 for Paragould. In there for a called strike one. Makes count 2 balls and 1 strike. Your order for Valley View will only have one change. It's going to be Drew Gartman, Keaton Mathis, Jay Taylor, Levi Martin, Noah Ragsdale, Parker King, Madden Tatum, Barrett Mallett, and Cannon Driscoll. Right up the middle off of Deering's leg into the outfielders. Gartman reaches first base on a single, turned first, acting like he was going to head to second, but he will stay put. Runner at first, no outs for Blazer right-hander Keaton Mathis, and your lineup for Paragould will be Reed, Thompson, Earnhardt, Deering, Eccles, Simmons, Bynum, I believe, Huffman, and Hanko. Pickoff attempt back towards Gartman, but Gartman could have walked back to the base and could have been safe. See if Gartman takes off here. He stays put. Mathis gets a barrel on that one and fouls that one behind the home bleachers. Makes count, no balls and 1 strike. Pickoff back to Gartman once again. Gartman back once again, and plenty of time. Great weather here as the sun starts to set for Game 2. That pitch inside on Mathis evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. That pitch inside once again to Mathis. 2-1s count, says the home plate umpire. Oh, and that one gets Mathis up high near the neck area. Glad to see he's able to shake that one off and head down the first base line. Scary situation there for Mathis, but glad he is okay. It's going to bring up number 22, Jade Taylor, who pitched 5 innings last game. As Trayson Becker is going to come into courtesy run for Drew Gartman. Taylor now at the dish with 2 runners on, no outs in the top of the first. Blazers switching halves of the inning here in the second game. That one across the plate for ball 1 makes the count 1-0. One and 0 pitch to Taylor. Runners take off. Called strike. Gartman's in there safely, and Becker also advances to second. So 2 runners in scoring position for Jade. 1-1 count. No outs. Jade swings on that one. That's up the middle to the second baseman. He fires to first in time, but Gartman will score, so RBI ground out there by Jade Taylor. It's going to bring up cleanup hitter first baseman Levi Martin. Swung on by Martin. And they're saying foul, but it looked like it was inside the third base line to me. But runners are going to have to go back. So 0-1 the count now to Levi. Some call him LeVron. That pitch, wild pitch, but off the backstop, so Becker has to stay put at third. Evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on by Martin down the third base side once again as Coach Allison makes a play on that one in foul territory. One and two, the count now to Levi with 1 out and a runner on third base. Swung on by Martin, high fly ball, deep left field, and the center fielder calls him off, makes the catch. Becker's going to tag up and head for home as he's in there safely standing as Martin just missed that one, but got enough on it for the sacrifice fly and to get Becker home for the Blazers' second run of the ball game. Bases are cleared, and now Noah Ragsdale's up to bat for the View at a solo shot well over the left center wall. First game. Ragsdale shows bunt, takes that one for ball 1. Jam shot at Ragsdale, shallow center field. Center fielder makes the diving catch for out number 3 in the first inning, but not before the Blazers plate 2 runs. We'll be back with the bottom of the first right after this on the Blazer News Network.
Welcome to the new Right Fiber store on Southwest Drive in Jonesboro. It's the newest way to connect with Jonesboro's official broadband partner for the fastest, most reliable gig speed internet with speeds up to 5 gig. Signing up for local Right Fiber internet has never been easier or more convenient. At Right Fiber, we're proud to be right by you and with our new location right here in Jonesboro. Discover the Right Fiber advantages and the speed that is right for you and your family. See you soon.
Welcome back to the bottom of the first here on the Blazer News Network as your Blazers lead the Rams 2-0. Carson Reed now at the dish as Keaton Mathis is starting things off on the mound for the View. First pitch ground out. Easy 4-3 put out there for Ragsdale and Martin. Get Mathis first out of the inning. Madden Kufia getting a start behind home plate for the Blazers in game 2 of the doubleheader. That one for ball 1. His other catcher, Luke Ward, is out due to a shoulder injury. Swung on by Thompson, fouled back behind home plate. Makes the count 1-1. Breaking ball there, gets the swing and a miss, makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Thompson barely gets a piece of that one, fouls that one away. Stays alive in the 1-2 count, 1 out in the bottom of the first. Swung on down the third base line, just foul out of the foul line over there by the pack porch. That pitch from Mathis, low and outside, evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on by Thompson, deep left field, back at the wall, and that's out of here. Parker King's down out there in left field. Let's hope he's not too banged up. But Thompson with the solo shot gets the Rams on the board here in the bottom of the first. Looks like King is okay and will stay put in the ball game. First pitch in there for Cole to strike 1 to Oliver Earnhardt. Swung on by Earnhardt right at third baseman Driscoll. Driscoll with the backhand over to Martin. Throws that one across the diamond. Perfect accuracy. Gets the ground out. 6-3 put out. So 2 down now in the bottom of the first for Mathis and the Blazers. Brings up Asher Deering. Called strike 1. Mathis heading the count at 0-1. Grounded right at Gartman. Gartman across the diamond to Martin. Martin not able to come up with that one, so Deering is safe over there at first, so Rams have one on with 2 outs. Deering on first base, 2 outs. He takes off. That's right at Mathis. He throws it to first for the easy out as Eccles grounds out to end the inning, but not before Thompson goes over the left field wall for the solo shot. Your Blazers still lead it by 1, 2-1 Valley View. We head into the second here on the Blazer News Network.
whatever might happen next. If Natalie gets an unexpected migraine, if the little man gets a boo-boo, or Hunter's bad back acts up, St. Bernard's Urgent Care is here for them, and here for you too. From real-time online wait times and extended hours to expanded services, we will never stop advancing urgent care that really cares. St. Bernard's Urgent Care.
Welcome back to the top of the second inning here on the Blazer News Network. Your Blazers lead the Rams 2-1. Deering comes back onto the mound for his second inning of work. As Parker King steps up to the plate. King shows bunt. Pops that one up behind the home plate for strike one. Oh, 1 pitch to King, high and inside for ball one. Evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on by King. He got jammed. First baseman takes it himself for out number 1 in the top of the second. It's going to bring up number 27, Madden Tatum. Tatum steps up to the plate with the bases cleared and 1 out here in the top of the second. So he watches that one catch the outside part of the plate for called strike 1. Swung on by Tatum, fouled back behind the Blazer dugout. Makes count 0-2. Tatum watches that one just below the zone for ball 1. Makes count 1-2. Catcher calls time. Maybe having some issues with his gear on the plate. Umpire going to give him a little bit of time to readjust. Looks like we're now ready to play ball. Swung on by Tatum. Just got underneath that one. Fly ball into shallow outfield to the shortstop, and he gets under it and makes the catch. That brings up freshman Barrett Mallett to the plate, getting some valuable varsity reps here in game 2 of this doubleheader. Breaking ball inside, makes count 1 ball and no strikes. As Mallett watches that one inside for ball 2. That one outside for ball 3, so 3 balls in a row from Deering. Mallett watches that one clip the top part of the zone for strike 1, makes count 3 balls and 1 strike. Mallett watches that one for ball 4. Great discipline there by the freshman to get the free pass to first base. Brings up number 11, Blazer third baseman Cannon Driscoll. Driscoll settles in. Mallett at first base with a little bit of a lead. Deering still on the mound for Paragould. Pick off back to first base. Mallett up, standing up safely. Driscoll watches that one for ball 1. Makes count 1-0. Mallett takes off. Called strike 1. Throw off line. Mallett now into scoring position. 1-1 the count. Now to Driscoll. Driscoll calls time. Got a little uncomfortable there in the batter's box before Deering would throw the pitch. Deering takes off his glove. Now steps back onto the mound, ready for the 1-1 pitch to Cannon Driscoll here in the top of the second. That one catches the outside part of the plate. Makes the count 1-2. That's outside. Mallett with heads up base running advances to third base. Now the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That pitch just low and inside of the strike zone. Full count now to Driscoll. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Low and inside once again. So great quality at bat there by Cannon Driscoll as he gets the free pass first base. So now runners at the corners, 2 outs, and back to the top of the lineup. For the View is Drew Gartman, the Arkansas State commit, senior shortstop, steps up to the plate. Deering with the pickoff back to first base. Driscoll gets under the tag, back safely. Back to first base once again. Throw a little short and not in time. Wouldn't be surprised if Driscoll takes off and him and Mallett try to pull off the double steal. There he goes. Fake throw to second, fake throw to third, no throw at all. So Blazers now on second and third with 2 outs. Another RBI opportunity. Drew Gartman with the 1-0 count. That's inside to Gartman for, I guess they're going to say that first pitch was a strike. Makes the count 1-1. Nope, correction, scoreboard was wrong. It is 2-0. That pitch to Gartman swung on. Third baseman takes it himself but can't come up with it. Mallett scores. Driscoll stays over there at third. So runners at the corners once again, and the Blazers score their third run of the ball game. That's going to bring up number 16, Keaton Mathis, today's starting pitcher for game 2. Played the whole first game behind the plate. Runner takes off once again. They throw it down there. Driscoll heads for home. He scores. Blazers score their 4th run of the game. Do the double steal as Gartman standing up over there at second. 1-0 the count now to Mathis. That one just outside the zone. 2 balls and no strikes. Fake pickoff attempt to second base where Drew Gartman stands for Valley View. Gartman takes off, swung on by Mathis. Right at the right fielder as he's able to make a good read on it, get under it, and make the catch. Not before the Blazers score 2 in the top of the second. Your Blazers lead the Rams by 3, 4-1 as we head to the bottom of the second. You're watching Blazer Baseball from the Century Finance broadcast booth, only on the Blazer News Network.
Hey Blazers, are you ready to take charge of your money? The experts at Evolve Bank and Trust are ready to help. Located in downtown Jonesboro, the Evolve team can help you open an eUniversity checking account designed for students like you. These accounts have no minimum daily balance and no service fees. Can't get to our downtown location? Check out our 24/7 ATM and virtual teller on Main Street. To learn more about all our products, go to getevolved.com. Evolve Bank and Trust, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Welcome back to the bottom of the second. Your Blazers lead by 3-4-1. Khalil Simmons, Rams third baseman, steps back up to the plate while Mathis still on the mound. Starting off his second inning of work. Called strike one. First pitch of the at-bat to Simmons. Breaking ball just inside. Makes count 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on by Simmons. Gartman shuffles over. Fields it over to Martin for the easy ground out. So 1 away now in the bottom of the second for the View. That's going to bring up number 2. So he grounds out to Ragsdale, as that was second out at the top of the second. It was Bynum Wynn who grounded out there via the 4-3 ground out. First pitch, called strike. Second pitch is Huffman's able to lay off of it. Evens up the count at 1-1. Called strike 2, makes count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Breaking ball, called strike 3. He's out. Keaton Mathis gets the called strikeout via the breaking ball. Mathis retires 3 in a row in the bottom of the second. Your Blazers lead by 3. Valley View 4, Paragould 1 as we head into the third inning. You're watching Blazer Baseball live from the Century Finance broadcast booth only on the Blazer News Network. Welcome back to Blazer News Network as girls soccer got the win earlier, 13-0, just behind us. Softball was up 6-5 just a moment ago. It's Deering back on the mound as Taylor fouls off the first pitch. Makes the count 0-1. No 1 pitch to Taylor. Below the zone, evens up the count of 1 ball and 1 strike. Taylor swings on that one. In the gap, center fielder gets on his horse and makes the catch. So, good play out there in center field for out number 1 in the top of the third. It's going to bring up number 33, Levi Martin. That's out of the strike zone for ball 1. 1-0 the count now to Levi. Cold strike 1, catches outside the upper corner of the strike zone, makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Strike 2. 1 balls and 2 strikes, and softball won the first 6-5, and now in game 2 they're trailing 1-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Levi swings on that one. Great play there by the second baseman with the leaping catch. So 2 quick outs for Deering and the Rams. It's going to bring up number 24, Blazers second baseman Noah Ragsdale. First pitch ball makes the count 1-0. Deering definitely has a lot more velocity on his pitches than Reed did in game 1. 2-0 the count now to Ragsdale. Gets a piece of that one and fouls it. Back behind over towards the Blazer dugout. Makes count 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 away here in the top of the third. Ragsdale swings on that one. He just got underneath it. High fly ball, shallow at the shortstop, and he makes the catch. So Blazers go down in order in the top of the third. They still lead by 3. We'll be back at the bottom of the third inning. You're watching Blazer Baseball on the Blazer News Network. Welcome back to Blazer News Network here in the bottom of the third inning, live from the Century Finance broadcast booth as your Blazers lead the Rams of Paragould 4-1. Swing and a miss there on the first pitch of the at-bat from Keaton Mathis. At the plate now is number 4, Luke Hanco. Early 0-2 count to Hanco. That pitch outside of the zone makes count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Out of the zone once again, makes count 2-2. Swung on by Rams left-hander in the foul play. Two and two. Called strike 3. He's out. Mathis gets the called strikeout. Carson Reed steps up to the plate for the Rams. Called strike 1 to Carson Reed. Swung on. Zach got the end of the barrel over to Gartman. Gartman over to first. Just in time to get Carson Reed out. It's going to bring up Thompson, the Rams right-hander. Breaking ball in there for called strike 1. Mathis working at a quick pace and really executing very well off the mound so far here this evening. Swing and a miss there on back-to-back breaking balls. Makes the count 0-2. That one's fouled down the first baseline. Hitter in the on-deck circle feels it. Called strike 3. He's out. So an excellent inning of work there by Keaton Mathis as he retires the Rams in order. But stick with us. We're headed to the 4th. Your Blazers lead this one 4-1.
Welcome to the new Right Fiber store on Southwest Drive in Jonesboro. It's the newest way to connect with Jonesboro's official broadband partner for the fastest, most reliable gig speed internet with speeds up to 5 gig. Signing up for local Right Fiber internet has never been easier or more convenient. At Right Fiber, we're proud to be right by you and with our new location right here in Jonesboro. Discover the Right Fiber advantages and the speed that is right for you and your family. See you soon.
Welcome back to the top of the fourth inning here on Blazer News Network as the Blazers lead the Rams 4-1. Deering back on the mound. King swung on. That's rocketed. Shallow right field. That gets down. King headed for second for some reason. And he's out. So he just misread that one. Tried to go for extra bases, but it ended up coming back to bite him. But good hit there if King would have stayed at first, but Rams get the out. Blazers right fielder now steps up to the plate. Swung on, high fly ball near the press box. Makes the count 0-1. Oh, 1 count to Tatum as that one gets away from the catcher behind home plate. Makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Tatum settles in for the 1-1 count. Deering with the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back behind the Blazer dugout. One and 2, the count now to Tatum, as that one's above the zone for ball 2. That one gets high and inside on Tatum. So he should have taken that one to get to first, but he got out of the way. Makes count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on by Tatum, roped out to deep right field, back towards the wall. That gets down. That's going to be extra bases as Tatum gets to second. He thought about going to third, but he's going to stay put at second. So stand-up double, great piece of hitting there as Tatum gets that one out to the gap and right. It's going to bring up number 15, freshman Barrett Mallett, who walked in his first plate appearance. RBI opportunity here for the youngster. It's a good job by the catcher keeping that one in front of him. Ball 1 outside of the batter's box. Mallett swinging a miss there on pitch 2 of the at-bat. Now the count's even at 1 ball and 1 strike. That one outside once again makes count of hitters count 2 balls and 1 strike to Barrett Mallett. Deering looks back at Tatum, forces him to get back to second. Pitch outside once again makes count 3 balls and 1 strike. Three and 1, the count now to freshman Barrett Mallett. He watches that one outside once again and draws the walk. So 2 plate appearances for Barrett and 2 walks. Runners at first and second now with one out for the Blazer third baseman Cannon Driscoll. Sun setting now here at Memorial Field. Great day for baseball. It was a little bit warm in game one, but now it's perfect conditions. Deering still on the mound, runners at first and second. That's Tatum and Mallett. Driscoll shows bunt, pulls it back, takes the pitch for called strike one. Driscoll shows bunt once again. Great bunt. Deering fields it, throws it to first in time, but great job of advancing the runners for Cannon Driscoll. Drew Gartman now at the plate. For the Blazers, RBI opportunity with runners on second and third. That one jams him as he fouls that one into the Blazer dugout. Gartman watches that one high and inside for ball one. That one outside the zone for ball two. Makes the count 2-1. Swung on by Gartman. Out to left center field. That gets down. 1 run scores. 2 runs will score as Gartman gets the 2 RBI single. Great hitting there by Drew Gartman with 2 outs in the inning to score 2 for the Blazers. Pickoff attempt back to first base. Gartman back in plenty of time. Swung on by Mathis. He just missed that one. Is that one just foul? Makes the count 0-1. Pick off back to first base. Gartman back in plenty of time once again. Swung on by Mathis. High hopper to the second baseman. He's just going to go to second for the easy out. Rams get out of the inning, ground out, and throw it over to the second baseman. But not before the Blazers score 2. Your Blazers lead the Rams 6-1, headed into the bottom of the 4th here on the Blazer News Network.
Hey Blazers, are you ready to take charge of your money? The experts at Evolve Bank and Trust are ready to help. Located in downtown Jonesboro, the Evolve team can help you open an eUniversity checking account. Designed for students like you, these accounts have no minimum daily balance and no service fees. Can't get to our downtown location? Check out our 24/7 ATM and virtual teller on Main Street. To learn more about all our products, go to getevolved.com. Evolve Bank and Trust, Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Welcome back to the bottom of the fourth here on the Blazer News Network. First pitch from Mathis, grounded to Drew Bob over to first baseman Levi Martin for the easy 6-3 put out. One away now in the bottom of the fourth. Mathis has done good getting those ground balls here this evening. That was Oliver Earnhardt who grounded out. That swung on. Diving play by Driscoll over to first. And they're going to say safe. That was real close, but nonetheless a great effort there by Driscoll to keep that one in the infield. So we might have to look back at that one tomorrow and slow that one down in slow motion. See if they might have got him over there on first. But runner on first now for Paragould. Swung on and out into foul play. Count now 0-1 to Wyatt Eccles. Breaking ball just inside. Valley View Boys Soccer currently winning 3-0 against West Memphis at halftime. I believe tonight was boys and girls soccer senior night. 1-1 the count now to Eccles. Swing and a miss there on the breaking ball. Some great stuff we've seen here tonight from Keaton Mathis. Pick off back to first base. Throw by Kufic, not quite in time. Count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Wyatt Eccles. Swing and a miss there, and he just made Eccles look silly. So Mathis gets the strikeout. 2 down with the runner on first here in the bottom of the fourth. Khalil Simmons steps up to the plate, the third baseman for the Rams. That breaking ball looked like it was going to hit Khalil. He thought it was too, but freezes him for the called strike one. Runner goes. Kufia to second. Ragsdale not quite able to hold on to that one to apply the tag, so the runner advances to second safely, but 0-2 the count now to Simmons. Oh, swing and a miss there. Kufia's going to have to hustle. He throws it over to first base in time. Nasty pitch there from Mathis. Gets a swing and a miss. Great hustle by Kufia to throw him out at first. Your Blazers lead 6-1 after 4. We'll be back for the top of the fifth on the Blazer News Network.
Whatever might happen next, If Natalie gets an unexpected migraine, if the little man gets a boo-boo, or Hunter's bad back acts up, St. Bernard's Urgent Care is here for them, and here for you too. From real-time online wait times and extended hours to expanded services, we will never stop advancing urgent care that really cares. St. Bernard's Urgent Care.
Welcome back to Blazer News Network. Here in the top of the fifth inning, Deering still on the mound is Jade Taylor. Batting third today in the order, steps up to the plate. Ball one, makes the count 1-0. That pitch swung on by Taylor. He just missed that one, just foul left of the foul pole. So that breaking ball high above the zone. Makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. That one high and inside. Makes the count 2-1. Called strike. Makes the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. That pitch to Taylor, great pitch, gets the swing and a miss. So Taylor goes down swinging. That brings up number 33, Levi Martin. Jam shot there by Martin. He fouls that one off down the third base line. Martin watches that one above the zone. Makes the count 1-1. That one's outside for ball 2. Makes the count 2-1. Ball outside and low. 2-1 the count. That swung on by Martin. Great piece of hitting, shallow center field. Center fielder can't get it. Down there to the wall, Levi Martin rounding second. He's turning on the burners at third. Rounding third. Headed home. And he's going to stay at third base. But that's a triple for Levi Martin nonetheless. He really turned on the burners there around second base, but Levi gets to third. 1 out in the inning, and now due up is Noah Ragsdale. Ragsdale shows bunt, has to pull it back as that pitch was 2 inside. Makes the count 1-0. That one almost gets a piece of Rags. Makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. Called strike 1, makes the count 2-1. Swung on by Ragsdale to the third baseman. He fires it over to first. Over his head. Ragsdale safe. Martin scores. Klilge got in too big of a hurry there. Ragsdale at first, 1 out, and Parker King, Blazer center fielder, at the plate. King swings on that one, got plenty on it, just under it. First baseman makes the catch in foul territory for out number 2 in the top of the 5th. It's Madden Tatum. Steps up to the plate. Ragsdale over there at first base. Tatum has had some great hits here tonight. Deering's pitch high and outside. Makes the count 1-0. Pick off over to first base. Runner back in plenty of time. That's Ragsdale. Tatum watches that one for called strike 2. Makes the count 1-2. Blazers will play Rogers Heritage and Shiloh Christian over the weekend. Have one more week of conference play, and we will broadcast one of those games on May 7th. Then they will head to Benton for the state tournament. Ragsdale to second base safely. So he took off there. Now 2-1 the count to Tatum. Tatum calls time. Pitcher also readjusting some of his equipment. Looks like we're ready to play ball. 2-1 the count to Tatum. 2 outs. Ragsdale back there at second base. That one almost got a piece of Tatum. Ragsdale easily advances to third on the wild pitch. 3-1, the count now to Madden. Tatum watches that one. Barely catches the outside part of the zone. For strike 2. Count's now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss there from Tatum. Rams get out of the inning, not before the Blazers played across 1 run. We headed into the bottom of the 5th. Your Blazers lead the Rams 7-1. You're watching Blazer Baseball on the Blazer News Network.
Welcome to the new Right Fiber store on Southwest Drive in Jonesboro. It's the newest way to connect with Jonesboro's official broadband partner for the fastest, most reliable gig speed internet with speeds up to 5 gig. Signing up for local Right Fiber internet has never been easier or more convenient. At Right Fiber, we're proud to be right by you and with our new location right here in Jonesboro. Discover the Right Fiber advantages and the speed that is right for you and your family. See you soon.
We're ready to get going here in the bottom of the 5th on the Blazer News Network. As Math is still on the mound. First pitch, ball 1. Swung on and out into foul play. Evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bonham Wynn, batter in the left-hander batter's box. Great sky. Sun just set here at Memorial Field. Jay Taylor comes in to make the catch for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. That brings up Huffman for the Rams. That pitch outside the zone for ball 1. Mathis only thrown 46 pitches so far, and we're in the bottom of the 5th, so very efficient start for him pitch count-wise. Foul tip there. Makes the count 1-1. Madden Kufia has really done a great job behind the plate. That's where Keaton Mathis normally plays, but he's been on the mound so far for all of game 2. That breaking ball was nasty. Looked like it was at the head of Huffman and curved into the strike zone. Mathis really feeling his off-speed stuff here tonight. One and two the count. Just above the zone. Count even now at 2-2. Swung on high fly ball deep left field. Scatero makes the catch. So 2 down in the bottom of the 5th for the Blazers. Blazers just 7 outs away. From getting out of this doubleheader with a 5A East sweep. First pitch of the at-bat barreled down the right field side, fouled out of play. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter for the Rams, and that's going to be number 35, Kyle Williams. Williams foul tips that one back behind home plate. Called strike 3. He's out. Mathis really loving the strikeouts with the breaking ball pitches as Mathis gets out of the inning. Rams still have only scratched one here in this second game of the 5A East doubleheader. Your Blazers lead by 6, 7-1. We'll be back with the 6th inning here on the Blazer News Network. Barrett Mallett now due up in the top of the 6th for the Blazers. They lead by 6. So that pitch is good for ball 1. Makes count 1-0 to Barrett Mallett. Swings on that one, just got underneath it though. Shortstop makes the catch for out number 1 in the top of the 6th. That's going to bring up Blazer third baseman Cannon Driscoll. Blazer third baseman swings on that one, fouls it off behind the Blazer dugout. Swing and a miss there from Driscoll. Zero balls, 2 strikes to Driscoll. As that one falls behind him, makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Driscoll calls time in the 1-2 count with 1 out. That's up the middle. Shortstop runs, makes a great play over to first. Great pick, but not in time. So Driscoll's over there at first base safely and back to the top of the order. Great bunt by Drew Gartman down the third base side. Simmons can't handle it. They throw it over to first. They're going to say Driscoll was out, but Gartman gets to first. So 2 outs on the top of the 6th. It's fouled out of play. Makes the count 0-1. So that one outside for ball 1. Evens it up at 1-1. Swung on by Mathis just outside the third base bag. Foul. Makes the count 1-2. That one fouled into the Paragould dugout. Count stays at 1-2 strikes. Swung on by Mathis, fouled up in here near the press box. Mathis still alive in the 1-2 count. Mathis swings on that one, ropes it into the Valley View bullpen. That pitch gets away from the catcher, but Gartman stays put at first, evens up the count at 2-2 strikes. Two and 2 pitch high above the zone. Makes the count 3-2. Swung on by Mathis, deep center field. And the center fielder has just enough room before the wall to come up with it. So we head to the bottom of the 6th. Your Blazers still lead the Rams 7-1. We'll be back with the bottom half of the 6th inning. You're watching Blazer Baseball live from the Century Finance broadcast booth, only on the Blazer News Network.
Whatever might happen next. If Natalie gets an unexpected migraine, if the little man gets a boo-boo, or Hunter's bad back acts up, St. Bernard's Urgent Care is here for them, and here for you too. From real-time online wait times and extended hours to expanded services, We will never stop advancing urgent care that really cares. St. Bernard's Urgent Care.
Welcome back to the bottom of the sixth as Levi Martin is getting back on the mound for his first inning of work since his back injury, so we'll see how he can do here. Kufia is still behind the plate. Inside, called strike one, and Martin's out firing early. That one gets away from Kufia. Makes the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Martin gets that one fouled off behind home plate as Carson Reed's at the plate. Called strike three. He's out as Mathis faces one batter and has, Martin, faces one batter and has 1 strikeout so far here in the sixth. It's going to bring up Rams shortstop, the right-hander. That's in there for called strike one. Martin seems to be healthy on the mound. It's very good to see for the Blazers as they get closer and closer to that state tournament. Jams them. Now Driscoll makes a play on it. Can he complete it? Yes, he can. Great job by Driscoll to get that one across the diamond in time. He's played very well over there at third base tonight for the Blazers. So 2 away here in the sixth. That one gets a piece of Kufia once again. Ball one. It's Oliver Earnhardt's at the dish. Swing and a miss there. Makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss on pitch 3 of the at-bat. Makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Martin shakes off a couple signs, but he's ready. That's roped down the left field side. Out of play. Foul tip there as that one got a piece of Kufia's. He's not able to hold on to it. One and 2 the count. It's Earnhardt. So that one just outside. Evens up the count at 2 and 2. Out of the strike zone for ball 3. Makes count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 gone in the bottom of the 6th. So that one runs up and in. Earnhardt fouls it off to stay alive. That pitch gets away from Kufia for ball 4. Earnhardt heads to first. Brings up Deering. Little pitcher versus pitcher battle here. That one's low, back pick. Earnhardt back in plenty of time. Swung on, and that gets through the gap between short and third. Deering's on first with the single, so runners down at first and second with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Rams right-hander steps up to the plate. First pitch is low, makes the count 1-0. That pitch low once again makes count 2 balls and no strikes. Boys soccer just picked up the win their senior night, 6-0. So girls soccer winning 13-0 and boys soccer winning 6-0. Called strike 1 makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 pitch. Fastball gets by him for called strike two. Evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and two pitch, swung on. Martin heads over to first to cover the bag. And he just missed the base, so base is now loaded for the Rams. It's going to bring up Khalil Simmons. First pitch ball makes the count 1-0. Fastball blows right by the Rams' third baseman. Evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Batter calls times. Steps out of the box and back in. That one gets in on him. They're going to say you went around, so he's holding his hand in some discomfort. Count now 1-2. Martin just overthrew that one. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get back into a groove after being out for a few weeks. Swung on a high fly ball back here by the press box. Count still 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Levi Martin gets out of the inning by getting a strikeout. So he allows no runs, gets himself out of the jam. Blazers lead 7-1. We're headed to the last inning of the night here on the Blazer News Network.
Hey Blazers, are you ready to take charge of your money? The experts at Evolve Bank and Trust are ready to help. Located in downtown Jonesboro, the Evolve team can help you open an eUniversity checking account designed for students like you. These accounts have no minimum daily balance and no service fees. Can't get to our downtown location? Check out our 24/7 ATM and virtual teller on Main Street. To learn more about all our products, go to getevolved.com. Evolve Bank and Trust, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Looks like we're ready to go in the last inning as Jade Taylor steps up to the plate for the View. First pitch outside for ball one. Looks like we also have a new pitcher in the ball game, as that's number 9, Michael Bailey. Taylor fouls that one off to make it 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on by Taylor up the middle. Shortstop runs over to make the play. Sidearms it over to the first baseman. First baseman not able to come up with the scoop. So Taylor gets over to first safely. That brings up Levi Martin, who we just saw on the mound for the Blazers. Swung on by Martin. That gets into the outfield as Taylor rounds second, headed for third. Now runners at the corners for the View. Runners at the corners now and nobody out for Noah Ragsdale. First pitch ball makes count 1 ball and no strikes. Swing and a miss by Ragsdale. Scutero advances to second base. Nobody out, 2 runners in scoring position. That ball is outside. Ball 2 makes count 2-1. Two-one pitch to Ragsdale. Right at the third baseman, over to first. He can't get there. Ragsdale about trips on the first baseman, but Taylor and Scutero score. So the Blazers just 2 runs away from the after 5-run rule. Ragsdale's out there standing up at second. Senior Landon Hossman's going to get himself a plate appearance here in the 7th. Hossman bunts it, foul. Behind home plate makes the count 0-1. See if Hossman shows bunt once again. He does. Pulls it back in time, makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Pulls back the bunt once again. Now strike two. Makes the count 1-2. That one just above the zone. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on by Hossman. Fouled off. Stays alive with the 2-2 count. Swing and a miss there from Hossman. Rams have one away now. Brings up junior Madden Tatum. One runner in scoring position, 1 out for Tatum. Swing and a miss there by Tatum. Makes the count no balls and 1 strike. Runner takes off, called strike 2. Ragsdale there in plenty of time. Now a runner on third. 0-2 the count to Tatum. Foul tip there by Tatum into the gloves, so that's going to be a strikeout. It's 2 away now for the Rams. Ragsdale still stands at third, and that's going to bring up number 15, Barrett Mallett. First pitch, catcher has to get out of his stance to make sure that one didn't get to the backstop. So, ball 1 to Barrett Mallett. Mallett's drawn a couple walks so far here tonight. Swing and a miss there from Mallett for strike 1. Evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. That one high above the zone, makes the count 2-1. That one gets away from the catcher. Ragsdale gets home in time. Blazers now 1 run away from the run rule. That pitch to Mallett, swung on high fly ball, shallow left center field. And he does not come up with it. So Mallett advances to second on the error by the center fielder. It's going to bring up Cannon Driscoll. Cannon Driscoll steps up to the plate, chance to walk it off, like not walk it off, but the run rule, and that's a dribble down third base side, and I think Driscoll's going to be safe, and he is. So runners at the corners, 2 outs, and we're back to the top of the order, Drew Gartman. First pitch to Gartman for ball one. Driscoll advances to second. Swung on by Gartman. That's going to get through. And that should do it, if I'm not mistaken, as 2-run score. So I guess they're not going to do the run rule since Paragould's home. Looks like we're going to have a mound visit. So we'll be back right after this on the Blazer News Network. Your Blazers lead the Rams 12-1. Now Keaton Rogers at the plate. Trouble fielding it, but the pitcher gets it over for the third out of the inning, though, not before. The Blazers score 5 in the top of the 7th. Valley View leads 12-1. Blazers 3 outs away from completing the sweep. We'll be right back with after this on the Blazer News Network. Welcome back to Blazer News Network. Blazer Baseball as Parker King tries to close this one out, and that got the umpire. He tries to walk that one off. Hopefully he's okay. Got him on the inside of the knee there, but glad to see that he's okay. Ball one makes the count 1-0 to the Paragould left-hander. Swing and a miss there by the fastball from Parker King makes the count 1-1. That's fouled off out of play, makes the count 1-2. That one just below the zone makes the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on high, fly ball, shallow left center. Center fielder calls him off and makes the catch. So 1 down in the bottom of the 7th. That pitch by King is right-hander barely gets a piece of it, fouls it back into the home plate netting. Check swing, no go. Makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Barely got a piece of that one once again, fouled back behind home plate. Makes the count 1-2. Two and two, the count now. Swung on and fouled back into home plate once again. 2 outs away from Blazers securing the sweep. Called strike 3. He's out as the breaking ball curves into the strike zone. So 1 out away now are the Blazers. That's outside for ball 1. Strike 1 evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Good job by Kufia keeping that one in front of him. 2 balls and a strike now. Rams down to their last out. That one almost gets a piece of the hitter there, but gets out of the way. 3 balls and 1 strike the count. That one inside, so Ram gets a free pass to first base. Still on their last out here in the bottom of the 7th. Carson Reed steps up to the plate. Carson Reed steps up to the plate as Parker King stays on the mound. 1 runner on first, 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. Strike 1 catches the inside part of the zone. Good job by Kufia to keep that breaking pitch in front of him, but evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on down the first base side, hits the bag. Rogers steps on first to get the out, and that's going to do it. Your Blazers pull off the 5A East sweep in tonight's double headers. They win the first one and then the second one, 12-1. We'll be back in action for Blazer baseball next week, May 7th, for the last home game and senior night for the Valley View Blazers. But so long, everyone have a good night. I'm Tyson LeBlanc signing off on the Blazer News Network.